and old rail friend. This'll be a night to remember.
Welcome to Rivendell, Frodo Baggins.
I would rather share one lifetime with you than face all the ages of this world alone. I choose a mortal life.
Hey there, guys. Uh, I don't remember what I was going to say. But, hello. I'm here. I'm back. Hope you guys can hear me okay. I'm trying something new with my mic. I hope it works. Yeah. Literally, open mouth to speak. Oh, give me one moment. I'm going to shut my door. Give me a second. I don't know how, like, much of a buffer it'll give me. I do I do miss the map poster. I'm sure that will I don't know if that will go up in here or even if it will. Let's not flash everybody. I don't like to change. It's okay, and Darth. I know change is scary. I promise you, you will survive. It's okay. Yeah. I mean, we are still very much in the process of unpacking. We have not even come close to finishing, but it's okay. We'll get there. There's just a lot, obviously, that goes into unpacking, and like we are not only are we did we move in, like not only obviously did we just move to a new place, but like the area that we're living, basement itself that we're living in is not done, and so that causes obviously its own struggle. So that's something that we're like not the most thrilled about, but it is what it is. Sorry, I'm talking really quietly because, like, I don't know if you can tell, the ceiling's not done, and like, there's a door this way, and then it's a work in progress. It will get done. Ganto with making me dab. Hope you're doing well, Ganto. Um, but so I'm trying to be like a little quiet and making sure that I'm not being like too loud because like there's a door and then there's like I don't know 4 feet, maybe not even, and there's another door and it's my bedroom where currently there's a baby trying to go to sleep. So we're hoping I'm trying to like be a little bit more quiet so that way I don't wake up the baby because obviously that would be a disaster if the baby wakes up. Things are going all right. The move itself was smooth. That part went well. I won't deny that. The part that's been really tough is we'll talk about it as we get into some Midsummer here. My migraines are showing zero improvement after But yeah, new meds. Not showing any improvement whatsoever, which has not been great. Um, and on top of that, baby Loki is going through a wild sleep regression. And I'm sure part of that is these first couple of nights in a new place. But he was going through a sleep regression even before we moved. But when the baby is not sleeping, mom and dad aren't sleeping properly. I'm still dealing with really bad migraines, and so I'm not like the most useful. It's just been really tough. I am gonna also take my knee brace off and hopefully, yeah, you're gonna hear some Velcro. Sorry about that. Have I been too loud? Okay, because I've been like trying to make sure that I am not talking. I've been talking like talking quiet. Yes, I am already live.
Really hoping, kind of, that you will walk him on next.
Yeah, I will see what I can do. Hopefully my knee cooperates.
I just don't want to do that.
Third you. See, and that's the tough part in Darth with because like the knee brace is an accident from when I was like 12 years old, causing problems. And so it just that's where a lot of those issues come into because I can't be the most useful like at all.
When you go and bring in the charger, because the thing is dying.
What, the sound machine? Yeah. Oh, when I go in. Okay. Just assuming he's gonna start crying. Yeah. So it's like not really able to be the most useful. I have unclaimed rewards. I swear I log in and I have things I need to claim. So it's just been difficult for me because I don't like feeling like I'm useless around the house, but I'm kind of just been feeling like I'm useless right now, even though that's not necessarily the case. And since migraines aren't actually getting better, like I don't know what I'm supposed to do about work. I just feel like I'm a very I just feel like I am a very broken individual. And that's really, really tough. Because I don't like feeling that way. Thank you. And I don't want you to, like, be a Debbie Downer, because, you know, we're back. We're streaming again. It's fun. We want to be fun. We want to have fun. But also, I'm brutally real with y'all on stream. If I'm not doing well, I'm gonna make sure y'all know. I'm not gonna try and fake it. Because if I fake it too much. Like, it's gonna sound really weird. No, I get you, I get you. I know you're playing. Like, so for me, my form of faking it, respectfully, I would be offended if you didn't trauma dump. Fair enough. For me, my form of faking it is the YouTube channel. Like, I'm the person that if I'm gonna try and make myself seem like I have it all together, then I want people to go and watch my YouTube channel. If they want somebody who's going to at least pretend, like, I'm gonna watch a person and be like, yo, this person's like got this whole life and content thing figured out. Go watch my YouTube channel. At least not a YouTube live. I didn't check because I'm also live on Shorts. Also, the fact that I haven't dropped any frames yet and I didn't even double check any of my settings with the new internet is crazy. But that's incredible. That is such a good way to put it. Like, when I'm live, that's, yeah, exactly. It's where I talk about jonkling for 30 minutes, and I'm not paying attention to anything that's going on in the game. It's part of the reason why I really like streaming Lotro, because my focus is not so much on the game, but my focus is more on chat. Hi, Sally. Whereas, like, if I were playing a game, like, when I'm speedrunning, I feel like I just have to, like, lock in. And that's just, like, really difficult to do sometimes. Especially, you know, with migraines, it's very difficult for me to, like, lock in on a game, whereas I can play Lotro and I can just, you know, I can jonkle for a while. I got sympathy, lack of I'm very appreciative that with all of the changes and things that have been going on, y'all have been so good about it. And I know, like, everybody that's here in chat, I look at you guys more as friends than I do as just viewers. Because, like, if somebody were coming, because, like, you know, there can be people on Twitch that'll be like, OMG, why aren't you playing this game? I like your streams better when you play this game. And, like, those are people that irk me. Like torturing you with thumbs.
May the seas be calm and the winds fair.
I really prefer it if you played anything other than Lotro. Yeah. Sorry, I'm playing a game I enjoy. Can we play just watch the movie? Yeah, because we're gonna get copyright. You know, copyright's a thing. And also, why would you go, like... The game you're playing on stream, I don't think that's allowed. Yeah, seriously. It's so funny that, like, people will have that mentality of, like, oh, man, this game is my job, so I don't enjoy it anymore. And I'm like, then stop playing it, dog. Like, it's a video game. The point of a video game is to have fun. If you are, like, actively not having fun, what are you even doing? Especially for competitive game streamers. Okay, like, competitive game streaming, I feel like is different depending on how you're doing it. Oh yeah, no, I definitely, yeah, like for instance, you know, a professional Call of Duty player. If a professional Call of Duty player is not streaming COD, then it's like, what is he doing? You know, because he's a professional COD player. That's like their thing, is like that's part of their job. But I don't consider like a professional gamer the same as somebody who's streaming. I think it is a different atmosphere entirely if you're a pro for a competitive game versus like me, who is just streaming as like a side gig. Like, my content creation is not a side gig. Billy was 200 views on Smite. Any other views? He's at 10. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. Like, and that's valid. And I think it's tough. I don't know. It's a tough line when you're a content creator, because those are things you do genuinely have to consider. Good morning, Tiger. I hope you're doing well. Or did I just say good morning? I think I did. I definitely just said good morning. Viewership grows best with singular game. Yeah, it does. What?
Are you not coming?
Huh?
Oh, he's just waiting.
He's been content, but he's still awake. Yeah, me too. Oh shoot, I didn't swim. Dang it.
How far over does your camera see?
How far over? It cuts off at, like, right here. Like, a little bit past...
That's not how long at all. What about on that?
On that wall. It can see all the way to the corner over there. But it can't see you right now.
Okay. You might need to change that later. It might be a little too far.
Yeah, if we need to, like, move it or something, that's fine.
I mean, even if you just put it on your other monitor.
Put it over here.
Other monitor.
Okay. I haven't... It doesn't sit on this monitor.
Did you finish?
Finished stuff? What do you mean?
Is there stuff to make that?
No, there's not a lot of margarita mix left. There's still some. What?
How is this happening? Why is there all this on the floor?
Because it's a project in progress.
What is it?
Huh? Ethernet? That's what all of this stuff is on the floor, is part of the Ethernet stuff. So you can speak.
No, what? Everything we messed up to clean up.
You make it sound like I'm not going to clean up my mess from my own project. Oh, ye of little faith. I was really planning. So I had this whole goal and desire to try and complete the wrapper on multiple characters. Yeah, it's not happening. I don't even know if I'm going to get a full completion of the wrapper on my main at this point. But it's okay. You go here. So kill on Dean. What's a wrapper? It would be like this, the Majesty of Midsummer. This whole thing. Because there's so many, and you get all of like these nice. You get all of these like nice rewards. I finished the wrapper for spring this year. But that was it. We're honestly not even going to be playing Lotro that long today, chat. Why? Because I'm doing other things on stream. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. I'm gonna be honest, I forgot you were even still in the room and you scared me. But also I might play a little bit more Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Or Lotro, because both games are Lord of the Rings. But we will be doing some JRPGing today. We're doing some Lord of the Rings JRPG. Just interested in it. We'll be doing the retro achievements. That's the main thing. You look like you want to... Oh. I don't know the trick to not bother people. There's a trick, but I don't know it. Okay, so he's side, so he's in need of a vacation. Beautiful. We did it.
Megawannen.
Maybe I will do, like, we've only been live for like 30 minutes. It seems really silly to play a game for 30 minutes and then move on. So we'll probably do some leveling on the Rune Keeper. Once we finish the dailies here.
Umbar is a free city at last. May the seas be calm and the winds fair.
I think we'll do that. Do some leveling on the Rune Keeper. Okay, I know this character I literally was just doing, like, and literally no rhyme or reason for my leveling path with him. Outside of Bingo Boffin for some reason.
How do you do?
But I do know with this guy, I do need to get stuff for Scholar. Because I have done like no Scholar crafting whatsoever.
What can I do for you?
So I think we're gonna just quest around here.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Stay a moment.
Saddle.
Stay a moment. Would you do something for me?
Scholar's an annoying one. Yep, I got the Mats tracker out, don't worry. But I appreciate it. Scholar's an annoying one too, fair. I feel like the things we get Scholar for are rarer than ores. Oh, it definitely still is. Yeah, my second tab I have as like my social tab.
What do you need?
So all my like emotes that I want quick access to for like dancing at player concerts and stuff like that.
He's still moving.
He's not moving.
Did you look into weighted sleep sacks?
Yes, no. Weighted sleep sacks are too risky to be recommended. Until at least 2 years old. Because of suffocation and, they can't regulate, it's a lot harder for them to regulate their, body temperature. Because they're weighted down, the weight prevents their own, like if they're expelling heat to try and cool themselves off, the weight can make that more difficult.
But wouldn't a regular sleep sack do the same thing?
You know, you would think. And then also, if they learn to only fall asleep with a sleep sack, a weighted sleep sack, then weaning them out of it then they could learn that they could basically have it where they will only be able to sleep if they have something weighted.
Well, that's basically a rule about everything that you give to a child sleep.
Just a moment.
Right, but weighted sleep sacks is like, it's a similar thing too with because like even humans, they try to not recommend weighted blankets for sleep because you can ruin your sleep if you sleep too much with a weighted blanket, because your body gets so used to sleeping with that weight on that it can't adjust to sleep without it. Not me when I got to level cap on my hunter for PvP, having leveled Taylor, realizing that would actually benefit was Scholar for oils. That's always been like my biggest fear, is that like I would do a bunch of leveling of a crafting thing only to realize I did the wrong thing. Because that would be terrible. And I think I actually did that on my main, I'm just refusing to acknowledge it. Huh? Because if you decide that you don't like the crafting thing that you did and you switch, then you have to go all the way back to starting zones in the game to get early crafting materials. You can't just like be in the area that you are to get early crafting materials. So
It doesn't actually matter, it's just preference.
yeah. But like, so like for instance, I chose metalsmith on my burglar, which is used for crafting weapons because I wanted to make better weapons. But now that I have a legendary dagger that levels up with me, why do I need to worry about crafting better daggers? Because my dagger will just constantly level up with me for now until the rest of my character's life, whatever that looks like.
Oh, so even like you made a mistake, you just...
It's nice to have crafted gear for a leveling character, but you outgrow it or it's really strong. in 2H even now it's so easy. 1 to 50, like I don't need that. Yeah, crafting, I think now is not nearly as necessary unless you choose to play on like a much higher landscape difficulty. Because like if you're playing on a much higher landscape difficulty, you basically have two options. Find a group of players that also want to level at that high difficulty. Excuse me. Or don't play a minstrel. No, minis would actually not be horrible, I think, at a higher difficulty. Or pretty much relying purely on crafted gear. And relying on, and for some players, they want it. It kind of depends on how you want to play your game. Like if you just want to go through the game and not worry too much about challenges and stuff, then you don't need to worry about crafting. But if you're playing on a higher landscape difficulty, you're endgame rewards like the last few levels and press rewards are good enough. See, I think now, now I think like you want to use crafting to like get to endgame, but at least in terms of endgame gear outside of your LI, you still will be grinding gear drops and stuff. And the crafting gear will get you to like your start of endgame. But then gearing, you'll just do endgame related stuff.
A lovely day, isn't it? How can I be of service?
Okay, all the stuff that I crafted I think is just going to be better than what these are giving me, which is fine.
It's a sorry day.
So if you're like, I'm just gonna power level just to get to cap, you pretty much just want to do 1 to 20 and then do nothing but play missions. That's pretty much what you do, which, you know, is up to you on what you want to do. I personally, like, my mini that I have, I use him for missions, mainly because I like doing missions, but I'm not somebody that's just like, I'm gonna go and only play missions. I don't know, I don't just power grind missions.
Can't you leave me to my misery?
So that's something that I can't speak on.
What can I do for you?
Because for me, that would get very...
How can I be of service? Stay a moment.
For me, that would become very not fun very fast.
Greetings.
Yes, each zone does have a handful of missions, and then you can also take like a mission recruiter to different areas.
What do you need? Can I speak with you a moment?
To do different types of missions. Now, I saw this video about somebody who was playing Lotro and was doing this like dungeon or something. I don't know what they were doing. But they were doing an instance with a group that had these like pressure plates and this like really cool boss mechanic at level 20. And I'm like watching them do this and I'm like, I've never seen this before in my life. That's in the Forsaken Inn. Oh, I never did that. Okay. Yeah, like it had a ton of mechanics and I thought that was so cool. But like, I was like, how are you doing this at level 20? But I never did it because it always required a group and I always soloed through Lone Lands. I think we're talking about the same video then, because that was what I watched, was a Lotro in 2026 video. And I was like, bro, if somebody's doing something with these really cool mechanics, a lot of the later stuff became, I guess, less novel, more streamlined. See, I don't know. I don't have anything to say on that as somebody who hasn't done a ton of stuff. A lot of like the story bosses, like Mordorambor and Mordorith at the end of Shadows of Angmar, had really cool mechanics. I don't know if that changes in later content, but I don't know. I wonder if I could solo that quest line in the Forsaken Inn in my main. Level 75 raid. I had to do on repeat because that was the only time before that I didn't look at properly and then appointment. It's so interesting knowing that you were such a big PvPer. I want to know, like, man, part of me really wishes I kind of, like, really played this game back in the day. Because, like, I'm genuinely curious as to what... Like, not to say, like, what life was like back then, because I don't want to think that Lotro is in a bad position, because I don't think it is. When's second breakfast? After first breakfast. Um... Like, I don't know. It's weird, because I don't think... Every time people talk about Lotro, so many people talk about it as like, oh man, back in the day this, back in the day that. Um, and part of me really wonders what back in the day was like. Because people swear by that back in the day. Oh no, I'm not saying you're saying that. Hi, Califinway. I don't think you're saying it was better. I don't think you're necessarily speaking an opinion one way or the other. You're fine. I'm just saying it's a consensus that I hear a lot. Why is that sound alert not working?
Certainty of death? Small chance of success.
You shall be the
What are we waiting for?
of the ring.
Yo, Micah.
That's a good question.
Yo, Micah, thank you so much for the 5 months with Twitch Prime. You absolute legend. Is that actually an accurate sub number? No, that is not an accurate sub number. I need to edit that. Let me edit that quick. Streaming tools, overlays, actual sub goal, subscription goal progress, sub count reset. So we're actually down to 7 subs right now. Making my way into and through Anuminos proper now. Nice.
What do you need?
Congrats, congrats.
What can I do for you?
Already missing even Deem. Where are you at right now? It's been really warm here. Oh, okay. No, that's fair. If places like Evendeem
Could I speak with you a moment?
weren't just like also so flippin' huge, I feel like I would do like a zone percent for Evendeem Because Evendeem is just such a cool area. But that just sounds freaking terrible to try and optimize.
How can I be of service?
Slayer deeds in the quest super easy, barely an inconvenience. Maybe. I'll run up, go grab Hengstacer Farms. Just cuz, and then we're gonna run up and then we'll probably go to Staddle. Just for the sake of crafting. For me personally, the Explorer deeds wouldn't even be the problem because those are the things that, like, with Explorer deeds, you can just kind of, what's the word? Like, go to them. There's not a ton of, like, thought behind them. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Beautiful. Only a bit of swimming in Evendeem. A bit. Actually, I might just go into Buckland, because It doesn't make sense to go to Staddle when I'm working through Bingo Boffin. And I have to go into the Old Forest anyways, so I might as well just do more in the Old Forest.
Greetings.
Wait, you have to discover the docks as F2P? As free-to-play? Did not know that. That's new information to me. I think I might just go into Buckland. I'm gonna go ahead and abandon Hengstacer Farms. I don't think it really matters that much.
Greetings.
Hello?
That's crazy. Wait, you don't even get to use them at all? Or you just have to discover them? I recall when I was doing scouting pre-VIP, I couldn't do it without VIP, but that was like 2 months ago and my brain was mush. Valid. Valid, I won't hold you to it, it's fine. I get it.
Let us cross the bridge and visit my cousin Kriska.
Feels so good to be playing this game again.
It has been so long since Cousin Bingo came to visit.
A lovely day, isn't it? Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment?
I haven't had like a ton of time to really play with the move and everything, and just I hit the bridge and just heard the music kick in. I'm sure it's probably pretty quiet. I think I turned down my audio. But like the music kicked in and just it just felt good. I don't know, last night was just a really hard night, and I think I'm just really all up in my head about it. I haven't maxed out Prospect yet, haven't I? You've now done a Postmaster run through? Ew. Although Postmaster's not bad because they all literally just flow together.
I've no chuck with strangers.
The pie, I didn't find any difficult with the dodging necessarily for the pies, and even the, like, none of it I've considered difficult. As much as, like, from a regular just leveling standpoint, I found it really tedious. So what's up, Shale Ghoul? Welcome back to Lotro. I hope you're doing well. And, like, from, like, a zone percent standpoint, the part that sounds terrible is, like, getting all the way, like, the Slayer deeds and stuff in the Shire aren't bad. There's a lot of, like, really easy hotspots that you can go to fight the things that you need to fight.
Woe is me. Might I
But
trouble you for some help?
the tough part is
How do you think she got all
the tough
way up?
part for it is doing the like the pies and the post just kind of, well, the post kind of helps you flow from one area to the next, but the pies just kind of take you all over the place and then lead you back into Hobbiton. It doesn't really give you like the best flow.
Dancing is something you can do anywhere. I'm sure.
I don't know, maybe I feel maybe with some better routing it might. I don't know, I said once in a clip back during the permadeath time, which I will bring back. I do have plans to bring that back. But because now there's like a hardcore plugin I still need to check out. But there was that whole thing with wow. What am I saying? Oh, where I had said that I felt that the Shire was the best starting area for new players. I was so wrong. I was so wrong. That's too bright. As much as I genuinely hate it, I think Combe is actually the best starting area for new players.
How does Priska keep track of all these children?
I am really sorry about this, but I think we forgot one.
Marigold has been going further and further into the old forest.
Even though I actually don't like Combe as a starting area.
Hello, friend. Could you help me with something?
Hello there. Might I speak with you a moment? Will you give me a moment of your time, friend?
So, from an efficiency standpoint, Arid Luin's not great. I'm not gonna tell you that. Yo, what's up, Sam? What I will say about Arid Luin, however, is that it is one of the most aesthetically pleasing, like, it's probably, in my opinion, the most pretty of the starting areas in Lotro. Mossword is pretty high up there for one of the more pretty areas, but I think Arid Luin has it beat. Saddle in the mid-water marshes can be clunky anyway. It's definitely not pretty, but a new player would go into Saddle, that's true. But the thing about Saddle is, like, while the Midgewater marshes aren't necessarily pretty, and it can be a little bit annoying, the thing that Combe and Saddle have that none of the other starting areas have is they are right there in Bree. And if you're somebody that is coming into Lotro and is like, I am going to be trying to power to endgame, I want to go as quickly as possible, which I do not recommend, then starting in Bree makes the most sense because you're right there. Why did Califingway's message not show up? Oh, usually where I start with my characters. Oh, it's weird. Like, the streak showed up, but for some reason it didn't show up in my OBS window. I'm also very much an elf player. Like, I just created another elf for a different video I'm going to be working on. For a video that I'm working on where I go through the stories, so that way, just, you know, to create more video essay type content. I wanted to, like, and then kind of like, as like this character specifically, I'm not focusing on like creating a guide for the character. I'm purely using them to like go through quest storylines, so that way people who might be interested might see like, oh, this is what this story is about, or this is what this story is about. And like, I kind of want to also like highlight some of the side quest storylines and make videos about those as well. Because I genuinely think there are cool storylines outside of just the epic. I actually do genuinely think Bingo Boffin is a good storyline. I think it's a much more silly, goofy storyline. I think it would have been really annoying if I was playing it back in the day episodically. Because if I would have gotten like really far ahead of where it was and then had to like backtrack, I would have hated that. But like this character, I'm literally using Bingo Boffin as his guideline for questing. And when I'm under-leveled for bingo, we're just doing what other random stuff we can think of. Like, I'm actually going to specifically just do everything that I can to avoid doing the epic with this character. Which is going to be really weird, because I'm very epic. Like, I like having this story, but... Oh, there are other players here. The House of Croissants. That's actually kind of a cool kid name. Alright, we're going to finish up these quests, and then we're going to switch over to the Third Age, and we'll probably play that for the rest of the night. And get some Lord of the Rings JRPGing in. So I'm turning into a JRPG addict. Japanese. Lord of the Rings: The Third Age. It's not Japanese in nature, but because it takes all of the similar aspects of Final Fantasy from Final Fantasy X is considered a Japanese RPG. I once again forgot you were still on the screen. Have you been in here this whole time? I totally have thought you've left like 6 times.
Me too.
Hmm?
Love you too.
It's not that I don't love you, you've just been quiet.
Questions for you.
Yeah? What kind of questions? Intharth, you're not losing me over the hack and slash, because there are some hack and slash JRPGs out there. It's turn-based that you're having your problem with. I need one more boar. Yeah. Oh, I do need both purposes. Mm-hmm.
One, are you expecting me to do research and make suggestions, or are you gonna do it and make some plans? And what are you willing to try?
I don't know what to, like, do research on. Like, I don't know what to look for, because if I look for migraine solutions, like, if I look for what can I do to help migraines, you know, there's like so many things out there. A lot of them we've already tried.
Because the list of things you tried are
Medication, no caffeine, naps.
I think you have to go medication, no caffeine. Did you say naps?
Yeah, like better sleep.
Did you get better sleep?
Well, when I wasn't getting good sleep, I supplemented with naps, and that didn't really make any difference.
I don't know when you did it. Did it?
Sometime, I don't remember exactly when I did it. No. I'm not getting mad at you. No, I have a headache and I am...
Greetings, friend.
How do you do? Hello there.
I'm sorry. My thoughts were elsewhere. I hope it's not a bother, but may I speak with you?
The world of Middle-earth is changing. War is soon to come to our time. For a great evil has arisen in the east that threatens all of Middle-earth.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the abrupt mute and stuff. Had stuff I had to take care of. It was Priorita 1, but we are here. Also, I am just now seeing Sam drink water. So sorry. Alright. Retro achievements. I'm just gonna make sure... Now I'm like terrified that it didn't actually reset. Where's the hotkey for that? I don't want to accidentally load a state. Oh, achievements list. We're gonna do F10. Okay. 0%. Here we go. So we have to play on hard, which is fun. And I think we have to, like, max out every character as well. So we're going to be doing... There's, like, a ton that we're going to be doing in this. So this will be fun. Okay.
You obviously fell asleep, huh?
Yeah. Great.
The world of Middle-earth.
I probably could do that glitch, but I don't know if it's possible on the PS2 version. I also don't know how to do it. So.
Much will be risked in the war that is to come. But you will justify my trust.
But the only thing that it would really cheese would be only thing that it would like really cheese would be like level grinding, and it would basically make Aoden like the most powerful person. Yeah, it would kind of just like cheese combat in the last half with Aoden. And wow, this is so much laggier than the GameCube port. What the frick? That's crazy, bro.
Return to the shadow, slave of Sauron. What grace has been given to me, let it pass to him. Let him be spared. To you I bestow this gift of my people. It braces the soul and binds the hearts of others.
I live because of
Okay.
your bravery, my lady.
I hope that makes the game look a little bit better.
What favor might I grant you?
There is no time. Hurry, we must find you equipment and heal your wounds.
I'm gonna refund the game. It's broken. I died immediately. Yeah, if only that, like, you know, wasn't like a normal thing. And then, okay, that's L1 to do that. Hey, actually remember. Look at me. Look at me go. Subtitles on. Okay, alright, give him that shield. I've been working on a video essay for this game, which is really funny because I'm, like, working on a video essay, but I'm playing on the GameCube version on easy. Idrio, Gorl, what are you doing? Um, and so, ow. Yes, you can see their health. I'm just clicking through it really fast. But, so, I already need to, like, you need the action points. I'm already like, oh no, I'm in danger. You also need the health, and then, nope, equip. Yeah, you need that. Why does this feel so much worse? Maybe I'm just delusional. But, like, I'm working on something where I'm recording just gameplay footage, but I'm trying to, like, get through the game quickly. So it's kind of just, like, a weird situation there. Oh, I was really hoping that would have killed. There's no quick in the turn-based land. Yeah. So, yeah, you can see their health up, right up here. I'm, like, pointing. Ow! Just hit my elbow. But, like, right up there is their health. And then this menu that's, like, right here, like, over my cam, is, like, the turn menu. I really hope this one orc doesn't just absolutely solo us. That'd be wild. I also really hope I get a level up. This game is so much fun back in the PS2 days. So part of the reason the video essay I'm making on this game is I'm gonna be making a couple video essays. The first one is actually going to be on why I think this game needs a remake. Like, I genuinely think this game... It's been going pretty good. It's been a good stream.
Yes, I know.
Who could it be?
Um,
I'm looking for Boromir of Gondor. Have you seen him?
No, but I do see orcs ahead.
What is my brain? So, I do genuinely, like, want to see this game. I think this game genuinely deserves a remake. For a couple of reasons. The first one, and it's honestly, this is kind of the biggest reason why I think this game deserves a remake, is this game's story is so focused around these really weird optional cutscenes. So, and I think a lot of this game's story gets hindered because of how much Gandalf kind of interjects himself into the story. Yes, it is Gandalf Nation for a lot of the games. But for this game specifically, you know, you're playing a game that... Like, you're playing a game that is supposed to be, like basing itself around an original story. And you need to watch these in order to really fully understand it. And that I have a problem with. So actually I'm going to go through and watch these because I want to make sure I'm understanding everything.
The ancient spirits of earth, fire, air, and water, who once roamed this earth freely, are forgotten. But it was not always so. In a region long ago, the elves were given secret knowledge to forge great rings of power. They were precious beyond all else, for within each was bound the strength and will.
The Christopher Lee narration for the Evil campaign is really cool.
But they were deceived.
And then, yeah, the good campaign was Ian.
In the fires of Mordor, he forged in secret one ring to rule them all. And with it, Sauron enslaved the races of Middle-earth. But not all light diminished, for some stood fast.
I would know. I've actually have not played through Battle for Middle-earth 2's campaigns. I need to. Crap the Lego Hobbit Horde, we got business.
The ring was cut from Sauron's hand. Isildur, ruler of all free men, performed this deed. But he became weak, and the line of men failed. The ring escaped him as history became legend.
You know what? I'm not going to watch these because actually watching them will get me in copyright trouble. I need to figure out what button I can... Nope, not that one. There we go. I need to zoom out the map. So... Like, I can't be in copyright trouble. You know, like, it just doesn't work.
Inside, Gondorian. Your wounds must be healed.
Weapons. Provisions. The elves are very resourceful.
Long have we kept such way stations for times of great need.
I am Berethor, captain of the Citadel Guard of Gondor.
And I am Idriel. I serve Galadriel, Lady of Light. Take what you need, and let us be on our way.
Genuine question, what's the captain doing so far north on his own? He's...
Those crows seem guided by some fell purpose.
It is the hand of Isengard.
He is in Eregion looking for Boromir. That's part of the mystery of the game. I can talk about spoilers if you care. If you don't care. Because a lot of the reasoning as to why he's doing things... Okay. So Barithor is in Eregion because in the Battle of Osgiliath, if we're going specifically by movie canon, in the Battle of Osgiliath, where Boromir goes and then leaves from there to go to Rivendell, Barithor flees and deserts. And in his desertion is stabbed by a ringwraith. And the Morgul blade like breaks off from the sword and lodges itself into his shoulder. And so with it being in his shoulder, the wraiths use that as a way to influence him. That influence then extends even further, and Saruman the White actually takes full control over him and commands Barithor to basically possesses Barithor to go and track down Boromir with the goal of getting the ring from him. But then somehow, I don't know if that's explained in one of these like Gandalf cutscenes or not, Galadriel catches wind of this and then sends Idrio to go and basically like guide him and kind of like prevent him from like actually like achieving his goal, but like not outwardly just being like, oh yeah, don't just go out and stop him, but rather be more of like, yeah, basically they end up stalking the Fellowship the whole time. And like when you're still trying to figure out the whole reason why Barithor is looking for Boromir is really cool. Okay, we don't have enough for another Loudwater Fury, so we're gonna go ahead and Fluid Strike here. So, and that's where the story gets really interesting, because Barithor doesn't learn about Boromir's death for a long time. And it kind of creates this interesting, weird tension. Because he doesn't actually, because there's no, you don't go to Amon Hen, like, in this game. After Moria, you go to East Emnet Gullies, and you start helping, Gandalf. Like, I think you spend I think within the lore of the game, and this is why I need to, like, go back and watch, like, all of Gandalf's cutscenes to remember. But I think you spend, like, a lot of time in Lothlorien. And in that time in Lothlorien, I did not level up with Barithor. That's kind of a problem.
You have found him.
What do you mean by that?
It is nothing. Hasten to Rivendell. I have cleared the road for you.
What is my brain?
I am grateful, but you must return now to the passes. We saw evidence of recent battle there.
Come, Gondorian. Some may still survive.
So, like, dude, my brain is gonna have, like, a freaking meltdown trying to think about this. Holy crap. So, they spent a bunch of time in Lorien, because when you actually are in East Emnet Gullies, oh, I didn't check skills. Gandalf has you assembling warriors to bring them to Helm's Deep. And Gandalf then sends you on that mission to help him find the Rohirrim, which is really cool. I think it's actually like a pretty cool mission. And then from there, that's where you meet Morwen, and then you get the really annoying love triangle thing, but that's a whole other problem that I have with this game. You don't end up fighting in Edoras. You're in Snowborn. It looks and feels like Edoras, but it's not actually Edoras. But you fight Grima in Snowborn. That crit was kind of wasted, unironically. And so, like, and then, like, you get to Helm's Deep. This is my biggest gripe with the game. You get to Helm's Deep, you have that really, really cool moment where Barithor has his influence from Saruman broken. He feels like he's getting control of himself again. And then he goes back to Osgiliath, and he's like facing his past there. He has this really epic moment where he stabs the dagger out of his he stabs himself in the shoulder to like rip the Morgul dagger out. It's this super, super dope moment within Barithor's storyline. And then the like, it's a super cool moment, and then it's just, okay, now we're just gonna play through the final major events of the movie, and that's just basically gonna be the end of it. They don't really give the characters... It kind of just turned from, like, we have all these really cool characters that can do these really, really cool things and have these really cool... Well, actually, I wouldn't even say they have a couple cool characters. They actually do a lot of the characters in this game dirty. Black Eye. Yeah, like, they had this really cool moment with Barithor. They had this really epic climax in Osgiliath. And then it was just, okay, now we're just going to get through the end of the War of the Ring. And then we're going to fight the Eye of Sauron because we need a big climactic final boss. And I think if they would have planned it differently, where, like, the Eye of Sauron, like, if they would have given the characters maybe some sort of, like, maybe not necessarily the mouth. I don't know if the mouth of Sauron is an option I would have liked to have seen. But I think I would have really liked, personally, to have seen... I have new weapons. No wonder I'm doing no damage whatsoever, and I'm actually in danger. Okay. I think if they... I think it would have been really cool if they would have done something where, like... If they were going to do a climactic final boss fight. Can I change weapons with him mid-fight? Maybe I'll check that on his next turn. Oh my gosh. I have new armor and stuff too. Like, I haven't done like anything smart here, so if I die, that's gonna suck. So there's a thing where you help. There's a moment in Pelennor Fields where you help Éowyn fight the Witch King. And I think that would have been like a really cool moment to kind of end it there. Where you fight the Witch King, Aragorn gives his spiel about we gather our full strength and march on the Black Gate, because that's essentially how it happens. Is like, you fight the Witch King, Aragorn's like, we're going to gather our full strength and march on the Black Gate. And you're like, aw, snap, this is going to be dope, this is going to be epic, I'm so excited. And then you're just fighting the Eye of Sauron. And I think it would have just worked a lot better if, instead of trying to like force that plot of fighting the Eye of Sauron, they put you through some sort of like combat gauntlet where maybe you're fighting like so many different enemies all at once. And then you have to survive for like a certain amount of turns. I don't know. Maybe that would have not felt good, because if you were just so overpowered by that point, maybe that wouldn't have been as fun, because you'd just be steamrolling through enemies. So I guess like there's that part of it too. Moria has an absurd amount of encounters and fights in it, specifically in Western Moria. Eastern Moria is not as bad, but Western Moria for sure is pretty not great in that regard. Just because there's some downtime between encounters. Helm's Deep is that way more than anything. Helm's Deep and Minas Tirith are just fight after fight after fight after fight, and it just does not end. It doesn't feel like it has an end to it. Nice crit. But like, that's probably my biggest gripe from the end of the game. So you're in Eregion, you go into Moria, and then you go down into East Emnet Gullies, and you head south. So Eregion, you go a pretty understandable route to get through everything. Only remember that it's a JRPG. No, Elagos is going to show up here in a moment. Elagos shows up here in Karadaros. The EA games, like, yeah, I forget that they put them in Battle for Middle. They put them in Battle for Middle Earth too. Which, say what you want, I like that they did that. I thought it was cool. See, that's the part that I'm not looking forward to getting all the achievements, is in order to do it, we have to, like, learn Gilgalad's Rampage, which means we have to max out Idriel's Swordcraft. We have to max out Barathor's Swordcraft, max out Elagos' thing. Like, we have to max out... Like, maxing out Idriel's Swordcraft, I'm like... Bleh. Seeing that a war in the north, despite it being a separate area entirely to two characters. I mean, that would have been... So, this is part of the reason why I genuinely want this game to have a big remake, is because, this game needs a better ending than what it has. And then, I'm just going to take this encounter real quick. I don't necessarily want to, but it's... Yeah, well, we're going to get Elagos first. We're going to get Elagos first. Because I also think it needs to get rid of the moments where Gandalf interjects, because basically the way that the story kind of paves it is that Gandalf is like the full reason why is like the full reason why Barathor never fully goes under control of the bad guys.
Lure the wargs in close. They kill faster that way.
You were of the Dunedain.
And so I think that that's just something where it's just like...
Perhaps you should finish off the rest of the pack first.
They needed... Like, they really needed to not have Gandalf interject so much that it was just going to kind of, like, ruin a lot of... Like, it ruins a lot of moments. It kind of makes it feel like Gandalf is just kind of a deus machina. And Gandalf kind of, like, fills in a lot of areas within the story that I genuinely feel like could have had a lot of deeper moments that were really cool. Yeah, and, like, I get why they did it from a business and money-making standpoint. I totally understand it. Because from a money-making standpoint, it makes an absurd amount of sense. If I put this full screen, does it break? It does break. Okay, but if I do this, and then do this... There we go. Like, I get why they did it from a money-making standpoint. I just don't like what they, like... I just don't like the way they did it from a storytelling standpoint, and it's why I want this game to get a remake, because I want them to be able to tell a really cool original Lord of the Rings story that has really cool, unique elements to it, that doesn't try and rely on the movies to do good. It's part of the reason why I love not Peter Jackson's movies. It's part of the reason why I love Lotro, is it tells a lot of stories without needing to rely on the success of Peter Jackson's movies to do something good. And that is like my number one thing with just Lord of the Rings games in general right now, is they all just have this compelling desire. Well, actually, it's not a compelling desire, because it's a licensing thing. It is 100% a licensing thing. Because, you know, they're getting licensed to make Lord of the Rings games. So they make Lord of the Rings games based on what they're licensed to do, which are based off of Peter Jackson's movies. Exactly. That's my thing. Thank you for wording what I'm thinking, which is I want them to be able to tell the story within the movie canon without it following the movie. And I think they had a lot of really cool ideas within the Third Age, but because they just shoehorned it right at the very end, they just shoehorned it into being, okay, we're going to tell this original story, but also we have to remember that we have to put in Peter Jackson's movies in there. That it really just ruined the magic that an original story could have. Instead of Karn Doom, instead of its own like original kind of funky take on the Angmar Wars. I mean, valid. No, it's not the Angmar Wars. No, I'm 100% just pulling something stupid out of my butt. I'll lower this guy's armor as well, because I can. And then we're gonna heal you. I mean, I wouldn't call Aragorn's Quest a standalone story. That was such a dumb move, doing that Loudwater Fury. I'm just hoping and praying that with my turn order we win. Yes, no, we definitely... That's the thing that I want out of a Lord of the Rings game, is I want things that are... You just need some AP. I want things that are going to give us... I'm fine with Third Age stories. I'm fine with that. I don't think there's a problem with putting things set in the Third Age or during the War of the Ring. But I want things to be something different. In the same way that I really like when Star Wars detracts from the main movies. But yes, Dol Guldur. The thing is this Rings of Power caused this problem. And this is regardless of your take on Rings of Power. This is not me wanting to bring a Rings of Power thing. It's just the only primary example that talks about that I can use for this. Rings of Power is where people say that Lord of the Rings is like the well is drying up, but people don't understand that the Rings of Power, that the appendices within the universe gives us a ton of stuff to work with. The problem is that when things are based off of the appendices, there's not exact dialogue. There's barely even summaries of these events. You know, like, there's not a ton of information that we are given. We are just given summaries, and in some instances, some little bits of timeline, and people are going to make a full, like, storyline out of it because that's what they have available to them. And in order to fill in a lot of that information requires an absurd amount of originality. And people don't like that. Like, it's genuinely probably my biggest problem with the Tolkien fan base is I have seen so many people say that Tolkien's stories do not need original characters. And they, like, swear by that. And, like, I'm sorry. If we told The Hunt for Gollum and we got, like, a 2.5 hour movie, like a 3-hour movie, 3.5 hour movie, let's say on the low end, pre-extended edition, Hunt for Gollum is a 2-hour and 45-minute movie. Okay? I don't want a 2-hour and 45-minute movie of just Aragorn, Gandalf, Gollum, and Frodo, and Thranduil. You expect a movie to hold my attention for 2.5 hours with 5 characters? No. Even Peter Jackson's original trilogy didn't do that. Peter Jackson's original trilogy doesn't, like, yeah, there's 9 members of the Fellowship, but, like, he introduces other characters. He does things with Saruman. He even goes and creates an original orc captain, Lurtz. That's such a cool freaking orc captain. Like, it just... Yes, Gothmog is also made up movie-wise. Hey, use this to farm some skills. Like, you can't focus on all of the same characters and have it still be interesting. And that was one of the... Yeah, but also... in the book, you don't actually see a fight at Amon Han at all. Like, Boromir just dies. Okay, I am going to run back and save, since the save point's like right here, and we did burn through a lot of resources. You know, there's like... Boromir is just dead. And so... like, they added that cool climax, and otherwise, imagine that how that would have ended. Like, you have Moria, they go to Lothlorien, and then Frodo and Sam just leave, and then Two Towers is gonna start, and they're just gonna find Boromir basically, like, dead on the side of the road, covered in arrows. That would just be such an anticlimactic thing. It would be kind of hilarious. Like, why? Like, and that's another part of the reason why Tolkien always had said that his books were just unadaptable. Is because you get two completely different flavors of Middle-earth, depending on what version you're looking at. Neither of them are inherently bad, but they're both very... like, I don't think either of them are bad in the same way that I also don't think Rings of Power is bad. My only thing is they're all very different. Yes, I can agree with that as well. I totally understand why Christopher did not like Peter Jackson's movies. I totally get it. And I'm not going to try and say that Christopher Tolkien was like crazy for hating it or anything like that. I'm never going to say that. I think he's perfect. Like, I mean, come on. Anybody can have their own opinions. If somebody goes and doesn't like Peter Jackson's movies but loves the books, I'm not going to tell them they're wrong for it. Yeah, he did use the word eviscerated, which I think is hilarious. He was not kind about Peter Jackson's movies at all. And I think, again, something that is always, like, important, like, I don't even know where I'm going with this. I don't even remember where I was going with this from the start. Other than just, the books and the movies are two very different flavors of Middle-earth. Those are the main things to understand from what we're looking at, from comparing the two and having problems. Oh, I know where you're getting at. We're talking about original characters. But, like, That's why I know why he doesn't / didn't want Silmarillion rights given up, because he put... Yeah! Which I think is totally valid. I think it's totally understandable why he didn't want Silmarillion rights given up. If he didn't like the way that the movies were done, then yeah, he wouldn't want those to be touched. Ow, I just hurt my teeth for no reason. My thing, like, yeah. I totally understand why Christopher Tolkien would look at Peter Jackson's movies and be like, nah, I don't want any of that. Because he doesn't, it very much changes the flavor of Middle-earth that you get. Part of me wants more movie stuff because books just ain't it for me. I'm tragic for reading. Yeah, no, I'm the same way. I really struggle at being able to sit down and read. And it is 100% my own skill issue. I'm not going to say it's not my own skill issue. I don't know if I necessarily want to do this as an aim shot versus an attack, but I want the skill point. Which is why I really like people like Nerd of the Rings, because I can like watch their videos to give me that kind of behind the veil look.
What are you doing? You want to be sure they're good and dead. Some are mighty hard to kill.
Not even these sacred places are safe.
How do I know I can trust this one?
I vouch for him. In the name of the Lady of the Galadrim.
That is good enough for me.
And how do I know I can trust you? Where did you get those wounds?
At the hands of a Mordor orc, whose life I intend to shorten considerably. In the pass of Gahadras, we were attacked by goblins. We slew all but the orc, who escaped with something of great value to me.
Who is this wee ranger?
I was in the company of a dwarf. A friend, actually.
And what did this orc take from you?
You can actually condense a lot of the Silmarillion.
And you shall find out.
You rangers from the north are full of riddles. And who are you to speak for a ruler of elves?
You must help me return to Lothlorien and warn the Lady Galadriel of these dangers. Then you will know all.
We should find one of the
Yeah, literally, it is condensed. Tolkien never actually finished the Silmarillion.
Come, Gondorian. We shall attend to my matters in due course.
That's what I mean about Christopher. He put all the thoughts into a textbook, basically, but then out of that, he...
So tell us, Ranger.
Yeah.
What happened back there?
I need to read my Fall of Gondolin book. I think that might be the next book I actually sit down and try and read.
Voices echoing down from the mountains. Then lightning struck all around us. The dwarf fought like one possessed, but a landslide carried him away. Before he fell, he gave me a map, presented to him by Elrond of Rivendell as a gift of friendship. But I could not withstand the dark.
No, I'm also ADHD skill gap for reading.
While I lay there burning, that Mordor orc ripped the map away.
Same. Yes, that's exactly what happened to me. I read so much as a kid. I read Lord of the Rings, I read Hunger Games, I read Percy Jackson, I read the Divergent series, I read so many books. And then, all of a sudden, it just stopped.
And whose halls are rumored to still be stalked by a terrible monster.
And what of the dwarf?
If that map leads us to Moria's hidden gate, I expect we shall find him nearby. It would take more than a few goblins to stop that dwarf.
Oh, I also read Aragon. Aragon's a really good series. You're the one who's always gonna need more action. It's... Read the Bible cover to cover. Then read Lord of the Rings, and brain just said, nah, I had enough. That's actually kind of hilarious, TBH. See, okay. Okay, so that depends on your definition of what you're looking for writing. Because, like, you could argue that the world building is all part of the writing. I can do the imagination part of it, I just can't do the reading. Like, if I'm listening to something, I can picture it pretty well. It's why I actually do a lot of, like, listening to things like Critical Role, which is like listening to a D&D campaign. Right, but Intharth, you make it sound like when you say his writing, I mean, I don't know. When you say his world building was phenomenal, but his writing, I don't know, I think he gets glazed by a lot of people, you make it sound like he wasn't a good writer. I can't deny his world building. When you compare a lot of other books, I find the language more pretentious. So, yeah, so I think what you're more trying to say is, like, his writing style is very difficult to understand. Like, he's not somebody that, when you read his books, it's not just a simple... They're not easy books to pick up and read. They're not. Yeah, and I think part of that does have to do with age. I think that's one thing to consider. You know, The Hobbit came out in the 1930s. And, you know, Tolkien died in 1973. So, like, his writing is not considered modern by any means. Doesn't matter who I hit with this. I'd rather not have this guy. Because this guy would probably just die from the Orc Bane, theoretically. Yep. I wish I could world build on Tolkien's scale. Doesn't Scotland have a mythology? Hmm. Okay. The only thing I know from Irish mythology is leprechauns. That's literally all I know. It sounds so silly, but that's the honest to God truth. That doesn't kill him? Okay, he just needs to be sneezed on. I'm not gonna bother. What do you mean, Marathon? You literally... He's fired. Barathor is freaking fired. Alright, we are actually a little bit in danger right now. So Adriel is going to have to, unfortunately, pivot back, do some healing, which is not really unfortunate. I do need the skill points for spirit powers anyways, because her spirit powers are going to be like one of the most important things in the game. You have to do multiple playthroughs. You can max everything out before endgame, because even when you finish a chapter, you can still like go back to previous chapters. So, like, I'll probably do some like skill and EXP grinding before we go into that really big fight in Moria. Because that's going to be something that is going to have to be done. And I want to make sure, like, I'm going to have to make sure that we're as set up as possible. I am going to get another encounter before... Oh my gosh. There we go. I'm going to end up getting another encounter before the save point. But yeah, we'll only have to do one playthrough. Which is really nice. I'm gonna see... I don't think this will kill. Oh, it will. Okay. Wow, we got counterattack already. That is impressive. okay. You can go back to previous areas in War in the North, but, like, it's not the most helpful thing in the world to do that, actually. I am genuinely impressed at how much swordcraft I've gotten grinded. You can... That's true. Well, I can't redo any of the side quests. So I won't be able to, like, go back to a Region and, like, refight the Watcher in the Water or something. But I can come here and, like, grind random encounters if I wanted to. Which I don't foresee needing to grind random encounters. Well, I probably will. I don't know. I keep forgetting to look at skills. This might hurt. Yep. That's why I've been focusing down that guy, and I was debating using my perfect mode, but I want to save it for the Watcher in the Water. Dang, boy's chonky. Oh yeah, whenever you learn a new skill. Come on, bro. That sucks. Alright, I'm gonna try and avoid burning the elf medicine if I can. Yeah, because everybody here is already, like, not strong, so... I'm learning the speedrun for this game. And Two Towers, I don't seem too crazy. Two Towers is very doable. This game is interesting. And the reason why I say it's interesting is because this game is actually quite broken. You can run into a lot of walls and in specific angles, and you'll just clip through them. And it cuts out a butt ton of time. It's really cool. But it can be very punishing. Every time I have tried to learn the 80% speedrun for this game, specifically 80% unrestricted, I get cooked. Yeah, I would learn Balrog percent as a beginner. For sure. But I always got cooked at East Moria skip. And that really... And, like, I would always get to that point where I'm like, I need to just finish the run, because I would learn East Moria skip, get fairly consistent at it, and then wouldn't just finish learning any percent. Because it would take so much to learn East Moria skip. But that's why part of me wants to learn, that's why I'm gonna try and, at some point, I want to go, and when I get back into speedrunning, I'll probably get back into it by routing the all-region quests for this game. And try and get a good all-region quests time. Nope, that's not what I wanted. View details. Sure, we'll throw that on. Now we're gonna look at skills. Elven Rage is definitely the one that we want to learn. Citadel Rage. We're kind of following a pretty solid flow there. Fellowship Grace is good there as well. Gift of Galadriel is what we want. We're going to want Aura of the Valar so fast for Idrio. That spell is just too good. And since we're on hard... What the order of easiness to learn is? Are you talking about for this game specifically? Or are you just talking about for, like, the Lord of the Rings games in general? Easiest to learn, I would say War in the North and Aragorn's Quest are the two easiest ones to learn. No, the Shadow games, those are not easy to learn. Because there is so much weird random nuance to those games, they are not easy to learn at all. Especially Shadow of Mordor. Shadow of War, you can kind of obsolete it because there's a lot of recruiting. Hobbit is difficult because it's punishing. I would say the top 3 easiest games to learn are War in the North, Aragorn. Like, the easiest game to learn is Aragorn's Quest. Second is War in the North. And then the third, I wouldn't even say is Conquest. I would say the third is Return of the King. Yes, welcome to speedrunning. But see, that's the thing with Return of the King. You don't like. There aren't that many upgrades you have to learn to grab. There's not nearly as many as you would think. Mostly it's just Orcure, ranged upgrades, rising attack, and health upgrades. And that genuinely is... It's not nearly as, like... It is more important to know what to get than how to do it fast. How do I view... This is what I'm looking for. I forgot about Fellowship. I usually just forget that that game exists. So did everyone. Yeah, Gollum is definitely one of the harder games to learn. Lotro, I think, is a harder game to learn. The game was being very rude to you. I'm so sorry, Califinway. That's so unfortunate. I think Lotro as a speed run is hard to learn if you aren't just... what was Lotro doing to you? If you aren't aggressively familiar with it. Because there's so much ways to... like, I feel like there's a lot of ways that you can really fine-tune the routing for it. I don't actually know if Orcbane counts, but... It's in the very far corner of Anubinos for some quests. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. Oh, I should have done a weakening slash on him, but... I guess that was fine. Survivability is never a bad thing. Nice crit. Besides level 100. Getting right on top of the question. Oh, man. I got one level up. Okay, we got 2 level ups, but technically that one. I'm trying to push all those 35. Push those up to the next 5 notch. See, okay. Intharth, you say nobody would play Lord of the Rings Tactics, but I think if there was somebody who genuinely had a really good mind for the tactics games, it would get more traction. The thing is Lord of the Rings Tactics was such a genuine dark horse of a game. Like, I didn't even know that existed until recently. Regular Angmar and kept respawning way faster. I'm so sorry, Califinway. Dude, the Anuminos can be deadly. Like, one of the things that I genuinely want to see is I want to see the FF10 community. I want to see the FF10 community play the Third Age. Because FF10 is such a what? I don't even know what you're getting at with that one. Unless we stole literally every other area of Numinos that isn't an instance tonight, though. Dang, that's impressive. GG's. Okay. We're gonna start off... Actually, we're gonna start off with the perfect mode. Oh, get a JRPG? But see, like, I mean, yeah, of course, you want the JRPG. Like, the thing that I want to see... The reason why I want the FF10 crew to come over to Third Age is because the games are so similar. Like, they are genuinely very similar games, Final Fantasy X and this game. And so with their similarities, I really want to see what would happen if people who have spent thousands of hours doing damage calculations and theory crafting, all of that kind of stuff, would come over to this game. And I'm curious to see, given that situation, what they would be able to come up with. Idril is triggering you because it's so close to Idril. Fair. Well, Elagos just got crit. There goes all of his buffs, too. How much AP do you have? 129. Okay, we're gonna bring you in so you can buff Hadhod. I'm fine with a Tentacle Frenzy. Oh, this is... okay. Throw that out. Remember watching a cheater expose video in FF4? Oh, that was FF7. Yeah, the FF7 community is crazy with step counts and things like that. It's pretty wild. Adriel didn't get the level up, and she got the most amount of XP? Nah, bro.
He has opened the gate! I knew he was good for something.
Stand back! It shall be a dwarf who first enters Moria. The rumors are true. Balin has failed. My people have failed.
This fight took place decades ago. Their bodies returned to dust.
These great dwarf lords stood here for thousands of years, Elf, and this abomination took place before them. I do not find that amusing. Some small measure of their great power remains hidden here. I can feel it.
Let me help you reclaim it. For your people.
Did not expect the dwarf to sound so high-pitched. I don't even know what's up with that. My boy had to be sounding a little funky. Alright, so we're actually going to quit out real quick. And we are going to do evil mode. Because evil mode, not only will it give us an achievement, but it will also give us, it also gives us the... Wow, my brain just cannot. Holy. It will give us better equipment. That, and it's kind of a cool thing to be able to play as bad guys. So, you actually get drops. Well, not drops, but you get better stuff. What's that? That's kind of cool. Dude, stop missing. I was about to say, there's no way. That one-shotter? That's crazy. I think Barathor is actually the bigger threat. Everybody's lacking, apparently. Bro, you skip leg day or something? Sheesh. Who's the biggest threat here? So we're just gonna hit whoever's first in the turn order every time. What is happening, bro? No, that should not be this easy. Not even a little bit. Like this fight. Nice. Sounds good, Caliph, anyway. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, you're good, you're good. You are always welcome to rant about roving threats here. Dude, Barathor can't even hit me. Wow. He stays alive. Barely. Just because we can. You make a good point. I'm not questioning it. I will be right back. I'm going to run to the restroom. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
is soon to come to our time. For a great evil has arisen in the east that threatens all of Middle-earth. Join us in our quest. Become our champion. Face the power of Mordor. And help to turn the tide. The world of Middle-earth is changing. War is soon to come to our time. For a great evil has arisen in the east that threatens all of Middle-earth. Join us in our quest. Become our champion. Face the power of Mordor. And help to turn the tide. The world of Middle-earth is changing. War is soon to come to our time. For a great evil has arisen in the east that threatens all of Middle-earth. Join us in our quest. Become our champion. Face the power of Mordor. And help to turn the tide. is soon to come to our time. For a great evil has arisen in the east that threatens all of Middle-earth. Join us in our quest. Become our champion. Face the power of Mordor. And help to turn the tide.
Not me being on the title screen and forgetting about the frickin' in-game trailer that it plays when you've been sitting on the menu too long. That's really funny. Alright, so we've got Hadhog getting some beef, which is good. We have, okay, for sure want you to have that. You definitely need the action enhancement one. I'm going to give you the armor enhancement one as well. Then we'll give Barathor health enhancement. I'm going to talk about this random amazing poll. Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Those things always terrify me that they're going to be AI. I just need to make sure that's what I don't want. I'm going to play it safe. Not only did they write one of the songs for Eurovision this year, so lovely to massive Zimmer fan. They've done lots of things for the best parties. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. That's so sick. That's so cool. Yeah, we'll give him a haste. I just want to get I want to manipulate the turn order as much as I can in my favor. That's cool. You should shoot me the link. Your own house. You wrote one inspired by Anatar? That's so cool. Now, based on how this is going, that hurt. Now, do I have... I think with the turn order, we should be fine. We're good. We're good. A little scarier, but we gained it through, and that is what matters. Elagast has some like perfectly all-around stats, so does Barathor. It's kind of cool. That in there. Adhod needs some elf stones. Seems kind of silly to give him one that makes him even tankier, but it is what it is. Oh, I want to check. Okay, he's still away from learning Cleaving Wound, which is fine. We did a lot of not... Yeah, the water walking animation is not great. Another... Elfstone of Health. Trying to figure out how exactly I want to play some of these fights now. Cleaving Wound. I want to try and pull pull for Citadel Rage, or not pull, grind for it. And then I'll pull probably Elagast back in. But it's hard to know because, like, when you're on hard, fights look very different than when you're on easy. Because when you're on easy, the when you're on easy, your fights are a lot of, like, Adriel just kind of blows everything up. But on hard, obviously that's really not the case, because you're on hard. Like, there is a very clear difference when playing on easy versus on hard, and it's kind of makes it really fun, because the hard experience actually requires a lot more strategizing. It's doing its best. The emulator's not designed to do 16 by 9, okay? It's fine. Did I do a Shatter? Oh, he got hit with a Wounding Strike. I'll Shatter to strike him. Why not? Oh, genuine. So it's my perfect mode meter. It's full, which allows me to use perfect mode. Which basically kind of works like a limit break. Oh, I do want to push for Hadhod's Endure Flame. Because that's going to be pivotal against the Balrog. Shoot. Yeah, each skill that you use, if it is used successfully, you get 1 skill point for it. And you'll see it right underneath where it says Guardian Strike, 1 SP Swordcraft. Gives me 1 skill point to Swordcraft. I think I'm gonna swap. Wait, how far is Barathor? Okay, he's 2 away from Citadel Rage, which is good. Because that'll be a really good ability. And then I will focus on Ixalion Wrath. But I want to start item crafting with Elagast. Because we're going to need a lot. Because if we can, we're going to need to do a lot of crafting. Can I not craft? See, like, these are going to require an absurd amount of stuff. You can pick. The reason why we use Idrio specifically, or at least why I am using Idrio, is because she, whoever you have out in your adventure mode, when you complete a quest, they get experience points. And so we want Idrio to be as strong as possible because of her spirit just being absurdly powerful. She's gonna be hands down the most important party member. And so we want to make sure that is speedrun logic, yes. Also, ouch. It's kind of up to you. We'll probably keep her on the entire time. Brother, you can heal, that's annoying. Thor! I don't even think this is going to do anything, because he's not using strength-based attacks. Other than just some damage. Lord have mercy.
There.
It would appear we have discovered the last delving of the dwarves. The great mithril pit.
And that mine would likely lead us to the other side of the mountain, would it not?
So what do we wait for? Let us follow it!
But you want the Lotro Moria expansion. If you... Yo, a double crit? So, if you didn't enjoy the Lotro expansion... Fair. Oh, you want it as a fully single-player experience. Oh shoot, I forgot to set myself to get Aura of the Valor. Sorry, Idril, you are going to be getting Aura of the Valar, not Cleanse Shadow. There's a chest here? Okay, so I can't have... That's kind of dumb. A lot of texture work and design. Oh, yeah. It does take a lot of... Dolphin, for sure. The only thing with Dolphin that is kind of a pain is you are going to have to be very... Dolphin will require a weird disc shift switch. And I keep messing up how that works on my own version. But that's purely a me problem, not a run problem. Only thing I can tell you on that one is it depends on the game. Yeah, hardware is another thing that can definitely make a difference. What I'm after now, Raw, is condensed specific game stories. The one thing that I worry with another open world RPG is that it tells too much big picture. I mean, that's fair, but the problem is that we don't really have any strong open world Middle-earth RPGs. Like, outside of Lotro. And there's so many people that just don't play Lotro, but specifically because it's MMO. And I genuinely think Lord of the Rings okay, I wouldn't say deserves, because I don't think anything ever specifically deserves a game of any point. Of any kind. I'm not going to be that guy. Because that completely takes away all of what I've said in regards to, like, the Kingdom Hearts 4 stuff, where I've said I genuinely don't think people can say that Kingdom Hearts fans deserved more trailers or something for Kingdom Hearts 4. That's not, like, I'm not gonna, because we didn't. Yes, I agree, and I think that is Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War's weakest point. Is that it is off canon. That's why I really want Warhorse Studios to do a really good job with their game. Because I think if they specifically are very particular about the canon and really striving for a book accurate game, I think we could get a really, really good game. Now, I need to play Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's on my list of things to do on stream. Because I do want to play Kingdom Come Deliverance, and then based on playing both of those, will determine how genuinely I will actually feel about the upcoming game. But I gotta power through Lego Batman. So I think I'm gonna try and once Mondays hit again, I'm gonna try and really, really power through Lego Batman to get that finished, because I do need to make a video on that. How close am I to getting my next attack? I think it's Crippling Strike. I don't remember what... I don't know, like, anything about Idriel's swordcraft. Oh, it is Elven Rage. Okay. Cool. And to practice learn. I got the itch. Dude, I highly recommend it. It's a really fun game. It's a fun game. It's a really fun speedrun. Really need to get going on this. Crafting so much king soil. I don't remember you saying that. But I do remember you specifically saying you didn't like runs that were specifically super long. I told myself I wouldn't do runs super long, and then I did my first run of KH2. It was an unrecorded run that I did. I kind of just have so much of that to burn through. What is the craft that I'm trying to learn? Lembas. Okay, good. So, when it comes to learning Kingdom Hearts, you don't have to learn stats and stuff. You just have to learn what to do. I know how to execute. I don't know jack squat about damage ceilings and things like that. Not even a little bit. I'll never even claim to know any of that stuff. I just learned how to execute. The only game that I think you really need to benefit from learning some stats and stuff is Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically. It's EXP routing. You really need to learn the stats and stuff for that, because if your experience is off and you're not the right level, you have to learn how to do the backups for those, which is something I could never learn how to do. I just kept doing the same strat, and then when it failed, I would improvise, and it was a mistake doing that route. Alright, this next save point here, chat, I am going to have to call it for the night. We have been live for just about 4 hours, so I think that's a good spot to say it's time to be done. Try and go to bed. Zigbar is, I feel like, one of, like, if you didn't play 2FM, like, specifically Final Mix as a kid, and you only played vanilla, which most people who played as a kid played vanilla, so I'm not going to fault anybody for playing vanilla or not playing 2FM as a kid, because I didn't play 2FM until it came out on Xbox. Zigbar was kind of like your first late game skill check, I would say. Yeah, and that's totally valid. Alright. That's going to be the end of this. This VOD is going to end up on YouTube. I'm going to put all the VODs for these on YouTube so that way people can watch the full streams. So many people can watch the full VODs. They will be up on the VODs channel. I will get those up. I'll try and get this uploaded tomorrow so people can watch that. But that's going to be the end of today's stream. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cut the VOD here for the VOD channel. So, bye. VOD channel. Mwah. Cool. But we are at bedtime. So I'm gonna go ahead and close out of that. I'm gonna save state just for safety. And then we're gonna look for someone to raid. Probably gonna look for a low turbo person. Let's see here. Nobody that I follow is playing Lotro. Let's see who we got here. Who are you? That's this like Snapchat Bitmoji thing going on. Alright. Thank you so much. Alright, I'm gonna not raid out this time. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna head to bed. Have a wonderful rest of your night, everybody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I don't probably be back on Monday would be my guess. I don't know. Because tomorrow's Saturday, so we'll see how we're doing. Yeah. With that, you are loved, you are valued, you are fearfully and wonderfully made. We'll see you on Monday. We're gonna power through some of that Lego Batman to try and finish it up ASAP. Bye bye.